Good to see you all this evening. And we've received regrets from Councillor Drago Stefanik today, so just to acknowledge that he is not here. And if I can get a mover and a seconder, please, to open the meeting. Belinda and Peter. Moved by Belinda Kistemaker, second by Peter Kistemaker. Be it resolved that we do call this regular meeting of council to order on Wednesday, December 9th, 2020 at 6:02 p.m. Those in favor? And that is carried. And if I can get a mover and a seconder to accept the agenda, please. John and Belinda. And that's moved by John Paroff, second by Belinda Kistemaker. Be it resolved that council does hereby approve the agenda as presented. Those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, as always, council, you can disclosure of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof and a declaration of conflict of interest. You can state that now or any time that it arises through the meeting. And there being none right now, I will continue. We have item number 5, the adoption of our regular meeting held on Wednesday, November 18th. If I can get a mover and a seconder for the minutes, please. Peter and John. Moved by Peter Kistemaker, second by John Paroff. Be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne does hereby adopt the minutes of the regular meeting of council held on Wednesday, November 18th, 2020 as distributed. And those in favor? And that is carried. And moving on to 5.2, the adoption of our special meeting minutes. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Belinda and John. And that was moved by Belinda Kistemaker, second by John Paroff. Be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne does hereby adopt the minutes of the special meeting of council held on Wednesday, November 25th, 2020 as distributed. And those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, item 6, business arising from the minutes. There is none. We'll continue on to 7. So we have a deputation tonight, and I'd like to welcome Hornepayne First Nation to our council meeting. And I'll open the floor to Chief Kosis. Welcome, Chief. Is anyone else presenting with you tonight?
Yeah, I believe we have Councillor Isabel and Lisa. They're also observing.
Okay, great.
Maybe some words from Councillor Isabel.
Okay, well, welcome to our meeting as well, Councillor Isabel, and for Lisa as well. Thank you for being here, and I'll give you the floor, Chief Kosis.
Yeah, I guess we put our deputation, and again, thank you for having us at your meeting here. So we had submitted a deputation, which is, we have 4 items for discussion. I believe you have that letter. It's dated November 30th.
Yes, we do, and it was distributed with our packages as well. Yeah.
Yeah, so number 1 is we put in the bid amount for the 8 lots on Spruce Street. So if there's any questions surrounding our bid or what we intend to do with those 8 lots.
Okay, I'll open up the floor to council right now about that. Is there any questions from council on item number 1? Yes, go ahead, Councillor Kistemaker, Peter.
Hi, I was just wondering, Chief, if how you come up with the number of the amount $100 per lot? How did you what was the theme behind it, or how did you come up with that number?
We obviously were looking to get the kind of a land donation toward this project, and I was going to put a number of $1 on it, but I threw a $100 figure on per bid versus $1. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
And part of that too is that the lots will be recognized based on their assessed value for our project. So if the bid is accepted $100 per lot for those 8 lots as per the purchase of municipal surplus lands, we would then recognize the assessed values on our budget less the $100 we've paid, then we would consider the remaining balance as a contribution from the township because there's still a value for those lots. So we would recognize that in our CMHC application.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions on item number 1? I'm going to ask Belinda. I seen your mic unmuted earlier. Belinda, did you have a question? Councillor Kissmaker?
I had the same question. I was wondering where that $100 came from.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. And John? Councillor Paroff?
I'm sorry, item number 1, can you, which, are you looking at the first letter?
Yes, we received the letter with the package of November 30th, 2020 for the deputation request, and there's 4 discussion items on there.
Don't think I'm looking at the letter.
Okay, well, let's make
30th,
sure
sorry.
everyone's on the same page here. So under your agenda package, I believe it's the second button. You have Gail's report first, and then you have the letter. Do you find it? Have you found it, Councillor Paroff?
Yes, I did
Okay,
find
great.
it.
Okay, great.
Can I just ask a general question for clarification for my notes though?
Sure.
When we met back the other day, is this project for everybody or is the affordable housing for First Nations members only?
It's targeted for the Indigenous people. So if there is any other Indigenous individuals within the Hornepayne area, we would consider them as a potential tenant.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question, Councillor Paroff. Okay, any other further questions or comments on item number 1? I just have one, Chief Kosis, is the amount value of the houses. Do you have any figures on what you figure the assessment value of those houses will be once completed and up?
Are you referring to the construction costs?
No, not the construction costs. We do our tax mill rate by assessment value of a home.
Correct.
And I was just wondering if there was any discussion or thought on that, on what that value would be for the 8 houses.
No, we haven't actually went out to, I believe that would be an issue to do with MPAC.
Correct.
We have to establish that. So that's something that's outside our area of responsibility.
Okay, and can you remind me what the value of the homes, the construction costs were?
Right now, we've got a couple of bids coming in. We're approximately about 200,000 plus per home. So with the overall costs, lot preparation, so forth, we could be pushing around $250,000 to $300,000 per home.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. Any further questions on item number 1? Okay, we'll move on. Number 2?
So number 2, as part of the project, again, we were discussing in previous discussions, is looking to get the building permit fees waived for this CMHC affordable housing project.
Okay, any questions on that from council? Go ahead, Councillor Paroff. John?
Thank you, Mayor. I was just wondering if the building permit fees were there, what is the approximate value of that? Did you look that up?
I didn't personally get the value of those permit fees.
Okay, thank you.
I think I can refer that probably to our staff. My understanding, it's always a percentage of the build. Gail, do you have any comments?
Actually, it's not set up that way at the moment, a percentage of the bill, but there's prices per square footage for construction costs. And I can't remember off the top of my head if it's, there are different things, different values for different builds. Some are 9 cents per square foot, some are 14 cents per square foot. So it just depends on where those particular items would fall.
Okay, thank you for that.
Mhm.
And my question on item number 2, would this be included then in the application process too as an in-kind donation from the township? Would that help the application?
Yes, it would, because we would again identify the true value of a permit, building permit fee. And we would also then put in the other line item that we've received concession or in-kind from the township. So yes, it would.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Okay, any other further questions on item number 2 for discussion? Okay, moving on to item number 3.
Number 3, we're also looking to get waiving of the landfill tipping fees for the demolition of the derelict buildings that are situated on these lots. I believe we have 4 of that, or 4 buildings on the 4 lots, 17, 19, 20, or 21, 23 Spruce Street. So any costs that are associated in regards to the tipping fees, I believe, I understand are about approximately $2,000 per house. So that would bring us about an $8,000 value.
Okay. And again, the same question as previous, that would be able to be included in the application and used as part of the leverage.
Correct. That would be, again, showing a concession or in-kind from the township.
Okay.
And then obviously boosting, I guess, showing the township's support of the program. About the program of the project.
Okay, and I'm going to open up questions of council for item number 3. Okay, I just have one question just to clarify. So you are suggesting that the Hornepayne First Nation would actually take down the buildings and cover
That's
all those
correct.
costs?
That's correct. At this point,
and
yes.
yes, okay. And this has a very short timeline with the start of, like, they want the houses up basically by next year, correct?
Within 12 months of approval.
12 months of
So-
approval, okay.
Correct. So that would put us pretty much at the end of 2021.
Okay.
Yeah.
And taking the houses down on your own, that would be able to fit within your timelines?
Correct. And removing all those houses, because our application is due December 31st, 2020 here. And if we're successful, we would get an approval by end of January, beginning of February. And the money would start flowing shortly thereafter, because they want to have the money dispersed by March 31st, 2021. So from that, if we did receive approval, we would also take immediate steps to arrange to have these houses removed from the properties. And also, since part of the project, we have to use modular housing, then these houses construction would commence as soon as we get them to the queue with the modular builder. And in spring, plan to remove the houses in the spring, put in the basements. As we're doing that part of the construction, the houses would be being built. And we would hope to have houses being brought into the township probably June or July of 2021 and occupied by, I would say, mid to late summer, providing the modular builder can bring them in.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for that clarification. Any other further questions on item number 3 for discussion? Okay, we'll move on to item number 4 then.
Okay, number 4, I just want to jump back to number 2.
Sure.
If it's approximately, say, 14 cents a square foot, whatever it may be, the houses are going to be roughly around 1,000 plus. So we're looking about $150 potential cost for those permits, just so we can put a value to that. obviously yet to be finalized. So with the 8, and that would give us the $500 value for item 2. Then we have $8,000 value for item 3.
Okay, thank you for that.
So item 4, obviously, I can appreciate the townships going through their development process for the community improvement plan that gives the grants authority to the township to provide any concessions toward what we're asking for today. I know we talked in the past, I think you guys are mentioning by mid or June of 2021, this plan hopefully would be in place. So we were looking to get any concessions that would have been available under the community improvement plan. Obviously, if we can, on this particular project, access those once the plan is in place. At this point here, not knowing how the plan is going to be developed or what the criteria are going to be, we would like to have the ability to have any concessions considered, let's say approximately June 2021 for this project.
Okay, just for clarification, we're looking at our official plan and our zoning bylaw to be done in the next year, and then we have to wait for that to be done to do our community improvement plan. So I just would like to clarify on the timeline for the CIP to be finished. Either Gail, I'll forward to you.
So I don't think it's going to be June. We're looking at probably having our public consultation. We're trying to arrange our public consultation and presentation to council of the draft official plan by June, but that only will happen if the Ministry of Municipal Affairs can respond to us by then. And often that takes 6 months. We just actually had a meeting the other day with our consultant. And just with COVID, I think things are a bit behind. So if that happens, then it still has to go to the province for approval after that. So that's likely not going to be done till, I'm going to say September, October. We hope it could be done sooner, but not entirely sure. And as far as the community improvement plan, we don't have to be completely done the official plan before we start that process, but we certainly have to have a draft in place so that we can work off of that draft. So it won't be completed in June of 21, but we'll hope to have started it for sure by then.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, Gail. I just wanted for the benefit of everyone listening. And I'm going to open up the floor to council for questions for item number 4 for the chief. Okay, there's none. So just to reiterate that then, so anything what you're looking for is basically in the plan that this project be grandfathered in, and any kind of concessions or benefits that could be had if the plan had been in place when the project was done, that the Hornepayne First Nation could benefit from those, correct?
That's correct. Is to again, if the plan was in place, and to be able to access those once the plan is in place, or when it's appropriate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Thank you for that.
I guess one of the reasons we've kind of are looking toward that also, because also we're going to be incurring some additional costs in removing these houses from these lots. And our thought process is to have the offset of those costs against these tax concessions. So hopefully, mathematically we can balance it out down the road.
Okay, sorry, could you repeat that for me?
Because we have when we go to remove if the project is approved, and we incur additional costs that are going to remove those 4 buildings from those 4 lots on lots 17, 19, 21, 23, Spruce Street. Our thoughts was that when we incur those costs, we're going to be able to offset them through tax concessions. But since the community improvement plan is not in today, we cannot offset it. So that's why our hope is to have this project grandfathered under consideration when the plan is in place, or when it's appropriate, these concessions can be made.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, I think, is there any further, just before we wrap up the deputation, is there any further questions from council? At this time, no? Oh, Belinda, go ahead, Councillor Kistemaker.
Like this is this grant that's come out, it's like a community partnership type thing. Do you have any other partners that are involved in your project besides looking at the Township of Hornepayne?
You're talking about this current rapid housing initiative?
Yes.
Yeah, Hornepayne First Nation is the applicant and is going to be the only applicant.
The only applicant.
Right.
Okay.
And then obviously the township is going to play a role in regards to providing some concessions toward these costs that we had talked about in item, actually all the items 1 to 4.
Okay. I was just wondering if there was other partners that you had in the background or something, if we weren't to help you in one area, if there was other partners involved that could.
No,
Okay.
strictly it's a Hornepayne First Nation project. So I guess the answer is no.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I have one further question just on the whole project in itself. If council was to decide that this was something that they wanted to pursue and move forward with, would a letter from town council highlighting the different points in the Truth and Reconciliation report where municipalities are highlighted, would that help the application?
I don't know if it would help it per se, because we've they have this, what they call the criteria, the scoring grid. I think, and I guess it couldn't hurt. Would it help? I couldn't say if it would or not. I think the concessions that the township provides toward the building permit fees, the tipping fees for the demolition of the buildings, the lots at $100. Those values, I think, would be reflective of the township supporting the project on the monetary side of things. I guess a letter wouldn't hurt.
Okay, yeah, I guess I should have rephrased my question. I did kind of put you in a spot there about helping it. Would that be something that you would see beneficial for your application?
At this point, I don't have the list in front of me. I guess it wouldn't hurt. Where would we slide it into the application process? At this point, I couldn't say where we would slide it in, where it would be given weight, I guess you would say.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm going to thank you, Chief Kosis, and I'll give the floor. I think you had said Councillor Isabel wanted to speak.
If she had any thoughts.
Okay, I just don't want to close the deputation if
Correct.
she does have any thoughts.
Any words, Councillor?
Yeah, sure. First of all, I'd like to thank everybody for hearing us out this evening. And the needs assessment is going well in the community, and I'm happy to to help people out. So the needs assessment is going great. So thank you.
Okay, that's good to hear. And just one further note on that too, we do have the housing needs and demand study that's available that the township completed. So there's information in there that could help.
Yeah, we actually, Gail had provided us a copy of that report and was greatly appreciative. We
Perfect.
have actually gone through that report, and we're going to obviously take snippets out of that report in our application to the CMHC. So it was a valuable report for us. Okay,
great. Well, thank you for being here, Councillor Isabel, and for Lisa Stewart and Chief Kosis. I thank you for the deputation. The town council has set aside discussion in our closed session, and we will continue this conversation in open discussion after that closed session later in the meeting tonight. And do you have any further questions or comments you'd like to say before I close?
No, for Hornepayne First Nation, no, I think it's going to be a really positive project for the Hornepayne First Nation community, and likewise the township of Hornepayne.
Okay, well, thank you for being here tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, council, will continue on, and this conversation will continue on our closed session. And we are moving on to 7.2. If I can get a mover and a seconder for the tender award, please. Belinda and John. Okay, moved by Belinda Kistemaker, second by John Paroff. Whereas the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne issued a request for quotations for garbage pickup and landfill transfer station operations for the Township of Hornepayne, and whereas the Township of Hornepayne received one proposal submission from the following contractor in the following amount, all prices excluding HST, Hornepayne Service Center Incorporated at a biweekly rate of $2,300, and whereas the Public Works Manager and the CAO Clerk have reviewed the submission and feel the terms are reasonable and are hereby recommending that Council accept said proposal. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne does hereby accept the staff recommendation and award the tender for garbage pickup and landfill transfer station operations to Hornepayne Service Center as indicated above. Any discussion on the motion, Council? Go ahead, Councillor Kistemaker. Peter?
How does this compare to the last contract, Madam Mayor? Right.
I can start to speak to this, but I can hand it off to Gail because she'll give more of a complete. I'll just hand it off to you, Gail. Thank you.
So the first thing is it amounts to about I'd say about $9,000 more per year. The other contract was $1,950 biweekly. This one's $2,300 biweekly. But I think the RFP or the RFQ went out this time with some more detail and expectations, and I think those were clearly understood. So I think the not too many changes to the actual contract. I'm just going to pull it up here. Just a second. I highlighted. I do believe I did track changes on the old one, if I'm not mistaken. I might be getting my bylaws mixed up. We have lots of bylaws tonight. So I added to this contract, I added definitions. There were no definitions in the last one, just to clarify. We added a map of the collection area. There just was no map attached last time, so that it's clear for everybody. But there's not really, I wouldn't say any real difference in the operations at all. It's still the same requirements, the same requirements of the certificate of approval have to be followed, the same requirements for monitoring staffing and the metal and electronics and tire people to take those away twice a year. I don't really think there's anything too much different in it. Dwayne, did I miss anything?
No, we didn't change any of that.
Yeah, I think it just is a little bit with the definitions and the map. I just think it consolidates things a bit more.
Just so that it's clear, maybe it's one pointed towards you, Dwayne, just so the taxpayers know why I'm asking. Men that are currently being employed right now by the public service departments could not handle this, could they?
Did you hear the question, Dwayne? That the current staffing at the Public Works Department couldn't handle the taking care of the transfer site?
Currently, we cannot.
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead, Gail. And then I'll go to John.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that we just put a request for proposals out for consultant to do a long-term waste management plan for the landfill operations, complete landfill operations, because our landfill site is coming to an end in the next 4 or 5 years. It'll be full. So we either have to find a place to have a new site or to expand the current site. And that's not for us to decide. You have to get an engineer to do a study, and they will be the ones to recommend that. But at the same time, in that, excuse me, in that request for proposals, we are asking people to do a full analysis on the operations of the transfer site, how it could be done better, if it needs to stay open, how much it would cost to move everything to the fire site, as well as recycling options that may be available to us or lucrative to us even, and also leaving room for possible businesses, whether it be a methane gas, something to do with methane gas that's produced by the garbage, or something to do with biomass, or any kind of investment that might be made to help us with our revenues, even to consider a regional landfill site. So it's pretty comprehensive, the study that's going to be done. I don't know how quickly it can be done, but this will include, by the time this contract's over, hopefully we'll have a direction or at least some options that council can choose what's best for the community. So I think for now, this is the best way of doing it before we really know what, if we're even going to be staying at the site that we have right now.
Thank you for that, Gail. And I just to further that, there has been quite a bit of work done with the Waste Management Committee, with meetings, and it's a big hot topic, and it has been researched. And it was the contract originally with the timelines. It gives us time to investigate all of this as well. So go ahead, Councillor Paroff. John?
Yep. Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify, I guess, for the listeners here tonight. Is there an expectation for any delay in services through this transition? I know it's going to happen right at, sorry about this. Sorry about that.
No expected
Like
delays.
it's right after Christmas, right? So I want to ensure that people, there's no disruption.
We're not expecting any delays, no.
Thank you.
Okay, so it should be a seamless transition. Okay. Okay, so any other further discussion on the motion at hand? Okay, council, there being none, I'm going to put it to the vote. Those in favor? Okay, and that is carried, none opposed. And just at this time, I do want to say a thank you to Chef for all the years that he did take care of our landfill, and I wish in work with him at the township, and I can't say enough that for thank you, and I wanted to state that now. Okay, and we'll move on. Petitions, there's none. 8, 9, disbursements, none. And now we're on to managers' reports. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Peter and Belinda. Moved by Peter Kistemaker, second by Belinda Kistemaker. Be it resolved that the council, the corporation, the township of Hornepayne does hereby acknowledge receipt of the manager's reports provided at the regular meeting of council held on Wednesday, December 9th, 2020. And we have our first report as our CAO report. Gail, do you want to speak to your report before I open up for questions or comment from council?
Just a couple of things that we've had. These reports are done sort of a week ahead of time, so I just want to provide a bit of an update on a couple of things. We tentatively had scheduled and may still schedule a special meeting. There's a resolution farther on in this meeting to schedule a meeting for the North Superior Regional Broadband Network to do a presentation to council for them to make a decision on whether they want the community to stay within the program or not. And we were thinking February 3rd, but then we were rethinking that and thinking maybe it would be better to have that earlier in January, possibly the 11th. And that is because they kind of need all their commitments from their communities before the end of March. So that will give council an extra month to sort of deliberate or get more information if they want. In saying that though, we also have been, we had our public consultation for the Municipal Services Corporation on Monday night. And consequently, we've had a conversation about what the next steps are to move forward with that. So Stacy and I will be collecting information over the next 5 or 6 weeks. And we're thinking that February the 3rd, the original date of special meeting, may be a good time for us to present you with some information so you can start thinking about policy, board makeup, all that type of stuff. And in the meantime, we're going to meet with the chair of the HEDC and kind of gather some more information. So just a couple of things to think about there. And I can't think of anything off the top of my head at the moment, so I will take questions if there are any.
Okay, thank you for that, Gail. I'll open the floor up to council for questions for the CIO. Go ahead, Councillor Paroff. John?
Thank you, Mayor. Gail, I just wanted your, I'm not really involved in the North Superior Regional Broadband Network. I hear the reports from you guys, but one of the things I was wondering is they're coming out with that new Starlink free internet for everybody. And I'm wondering why we chose to go this route rather than that route.
Well, I don't know if I'm the best one to answer that, but I think the two, from what I understand, the two can support each other. The North Superior Regional Broadband group will be forming a corporation out of these, however many communities they have involved, and will be owning their own broadband. And the idea is to sell it to the communities that are involved and maybe elsewhere, I'm not really sure. So that's why when Phenom asked for that letter of or resolution of support for Starlink, we had altered the wording a little bit from what they had provided us to try and meld the two together somehow. I am certainly not a techie person, and I don't understand the way any of that works, but from what we were told by Amadeo Bernardi, who's been working with the regional broadband group, these two things could work together. So it doesn't really give you a firm answer, but that was the answer that I was given. And Stacy, I don't know if you, excuse me, have anything that you could add to that?
I don't think I can add too much. I know that they've definitely looked into it, all aspects of the project. And we have actually a backer for the whole project, Crown Corporation. So I think that question specifics when it comes to technical stuff, John, I think it would be a great question to ask at the special meeting of Amadeo. He would be able to really help you out on that. But for Gail and I, the tech.
Thank you very much for your response, ladies. What I was really trying to get at, I think in the long run, was to make sure everybody that's watching out there is listening and is understanding why we're doing this and not going with in a different direction. So maybe at some point we can have a presentation or something to fill everybody in.
Yes, that's what we're deciding right now about
Yes.
possibly having a meeting for January 11th.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you, John. Any other further questions from council to Gail about other aspects of the report? Just as you're looking at your agendas right now, if you can possibly look at January the 11th and February the 3rd as possible meeting dates, special meeting dates. In discussions with Gail, we are going to try and keep these short. So the one for the 11th would be the broadband presentation and possibly further discussions that come from this meeting that we can put into that first special meeting. And then the one on the 3rd would be all for the MSC, just for that project alone. I think it would be good to just focus on that and have the extra time to discuss that.
Correct.
So just so I'll leave that with you, and we don't have that resolution coming up yet. But if you have a good idea when your availability is. And I would like you also to take notice on Gail's report of page 2 of the recommendations coming from to our January meeting about our special meeting set for budget consultation and final review of the budget and the timelines, if you've noticed it in there. Go ahead, Gail. Sorry, I didn't see your hand.
That's okay. I just, looking at the last line of my report, I just wanted to remind everybody, the staff in the, the fire department and council, just to remember, please attend the virtual Christmas party on December 19th. It'll be about an hour and a half long, and it's a facilitated trivia night. So I think it'll be fun. They seem like a really good, energetic company. So I think it'll be fun. Game on.
I was like, what's the trivia about?
We can't tell you. I don't even know. Actually.
I want to come prepared.
I didn't. Oh no, that's not fair. No, I didn't actually do the setup, so I'm not sure which one was picked. But yeah, you just have to polish up on everything.
Okay, yeah, because we have time for that. Okay, so there's no further questions for Gail. Well, thank you, Gail, for your report and all your hard work. There's just by the magnitude of the report, we see how much is getting done and how much the staff and yourself are working at moving our community forward. So thank you for that. And I
as they keep coming, I'm like, yeah, I don't know. It's just another day.
It's like, can we forget this? Okay, we'll move on now to our public manager's report. So I open the floor up. Dwayne, do you have any questions or any comments you would like to put about your report?
Just an update. The snow bucket should be finished, completed, being built as of Friday this week, and should be shipped out as soon as it's done. The arena ice, we've started putting that in already. We're putting about 3 layers of ice in there now. And the lights of the tree and pavilion have been lit up as of last weekend, thanks to Cheryl.
Thank you. I have to say it was a bit lonely there at the pavilion and the tree lighting, just with the 3 of us. It was, you could feel the missing presence of all the community and the bonfire and the fire department and all the, like it felt empty. It really did. And it looks beautiful. And thank you to all the staff and everyone for their hard work in getting that lit up. And the new lights look great. So, but yes, thank you. Okay, so I'll open the floor for Dwayne's report. So I'm excited to see that snow bucket in town when that gets here. Any questions for Dwayne, Council? Go ahead, Councillor Paroff, John.
Thank you, Mayor. Dwayne, you bought a shovel, an excavator. Has it come to town yet, or when do you expect it?
Should be shipped out shortly back to us. You're just waiting final payment to ship it, so it should be anytime.
Thank you. That's great.
Hey, thank you, Councillor Paroff. Any other questions for our Public Works Manager? Okay, I just had a couple of comments. just for the request for service from a local citizen for the lowering of speeds, I understand that we have to go through the MTO for this. I'm wondering if we can put extra signage up of something like children at play or community, or like some of the signs that were created, especially for the COVID time. I have to congratulate staff on doing such a good job on those. I was wondering if that's something we can look at in the meantime, just to slow people down in that area. Could we do that, Dwayne?
Yeah, yes, we could. We already do have some children at play signs, but we could add more or bigger ones or something.
Yeah. Just while in this process of waiting, or when we're like, it may be quite a while, but we do want to recognize that there is an issue there that needs to be addressed. Maybe that would help. What do you think, Council? Go ahead,
Right.
Belinda.
Bright orange.
Bright orange. That's what
Above
people see.
that.
Okay, the other question I had for you, Dwayne, was the brushing of Becker Road that was completed by Hornepayne Lumber. Is that something part of their agreement? Would they use in our agreement? I was just, and have they done this for us before?
It was the initiative taken on by them entirely. It's no cost to us. They did the work. They just asked for our permission to do it.
Oh, okay. And we've, okay, I'll be sure to thank Frank. And that was all my questions. Go ahead, Belinda. Sorry, I had my head down.
I just wanted to say that it makes an improvement already, so it's very noticeable. Right on.
Perfect. Good. Okay, that was all my comments. Any other further comments for Dwayne or questions? No? Okay, we're going to move on. We have the Economic Development Officer's report. Stacy, would you like to speak to your report first, or I can open the floor to questions? Go ahead.
If anybody has any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from Council for our Economic Development Officer? I have the wrong report in front of me, Stacy, so I got to get to the right one.
Well, don't ask me the wrong questions.
Ask you the wrong questions.
So I guess one thing is, as Gail said, we've had a meeting with our consultants from the OP, and we were hoping to have the draft of the background section of the report in this week or next week. So we'd like to share that with council. You guys can have some holiday reading so you can scan it and see where we are.
Oh, perfect. Good. Do you know how long this background report is going to be?
Gail actually asked, and I think they said about 15 to 20 pages max.
Oh,
she was
okay.
scared that it was about 200 because we have a meeting scheduled on January 6th, so we're also reading it over the holidays. So we asked that question right off the bat.
Okay. Yeah, I guess we must work together a little bit too much now, because that's exactly what I was saying. How long is this? How many pages? Divided by 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, any other further questions for our Economic Development Officer? I don't see any, so thank you, Stacy. And we will move on to the Fire Chief report. And I want to say I'm glad to see a report and all the work that's being done there. Go ahead, Gail.
Just wanted to let you know that Fire Chief's at work tonight, so he couldn't attend.
Oh, okay, thank you for that. And I see the job ad went up for the secretary position for the fire department. So we're looking for.
Yeah, we got a letter of resignation today, I believe, this morning. So yeah, we're looking to replace that position. So spread the word.
Yes. Okay, is there any questions for the fire chief report? If you do, we can direct them to Gail and she can get you answers for that. Okay, there being none, we'll move on. Okay, I had read the motion was moved by Peter Kistemaker, second by Belinda Kistemaker. Be it resolved that the Council, Corporation, the Township of Hornepayne does hereby acknowledge receipt of the manager's reports provided at the regular meeting of Council held on Wednesday, December 9th, 2020. And those in favor of accepting the reports? And that is carried. None opposed. Okay, so we're moving on now to item 11, correspondence action items, and it's the Hornepayne Studio 6 Motel. Opportunity to participate. Gail, did you want to speak to this ahead of time?
I don't really think so. I think my report covers pretty much everything.
Okay.
Just one comment about the nuclear waste community well-being funds. The reason I put that in there is because if the venture is going to go forward with regard to the hotel share, then the money is really, that's the only place the money could come from, even if it's borrowed. And then also for startup fees for the Municipal Service Corporation. So I think that discussion is going to have to be had. And maybe that's something we can do on the January 11th meeting in preparation for the discussion on the Municipal Service Corporation on February 3rd or whatever date it is that fits for council.
Yes, I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, so I didn't put
About
this on here for discussion. Just to be clear, I didn't put that on there for discussion. It's not on the agenda, that particular topic, but it's part of, it forms part of that. So just to be clear on that.
So I'm going to open up the floor for discussion on this topic about the opportunity to invest through the MSC in the hotel. Any initial comments from council? Go ahead, John. Councilor Paroff.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to express I think this is a great idea to investigate. I can't guarantee, but it's a good opportunity for the MSC anyways, I think. This will be worthy of a good discussion when it comes down to it.
Okay, thank you for that, John. Any other, go ahead, Councillor Kistemaker. Belinda.
I really think we have to be careful on this and look at all the options and think about how to do it correct if we are involved, and not forget why we want this Municipal Service Corp, and we want to make it work. So it's
Okay.
serious.
Thank you for that. Any comments, Councillor Kistemaker, Peter? No? Okay. The comments I thought about, and I think I'm with John and Belinda on both sides. I think we need to investigate it and look at it. And like Gail had said about putting funds away and having that discussion, I think that would be a really good fit with looking at the broadband presentation, and then talking about how we are going to spend and allocate those NWMO dollars. I think that would be a good January 11th meeting. And then from that, we could decide if we were to take 150,000 out for the MSC and whatever other monies we need, then we can have a good full discussion on that. I think from this point though, I like the second recommendation of possibly writing a letter that we are interested and we will be investigating that. I think that would be a proactive move for the hotel. If council is in agreement with that, I would have no problem working with Gail, and we can draft a letter for Rideout Bay Developments. Is council in agreement with that? Go ahead, Councillor Paroff.
Yep, I think the letter is a good step forward, but a lot of investigation, like you guys were both indicating, yes, we need to discuss it first.
Okay, Peter, go ahead, Councillor Kissmaker.
Yeah, I'm just agreeing with what John said. I agree with writing the letter and starting it off.
Okay, you're cutting out a bit, Peter. It's that you're in agreement with the letter?
Yes.
Okay. And Belinda, Councillor Kissmaker?
I'm okay with the letter.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll ensure that we don't, that it's proactive. We're not going to tie ourselves to anything, that we're going to further investigate. And I think that's our due diligence, right? To look at it, so. Okay, any other further discussion on that action item? Gail, do you need any other direction on that item from council?
No, that's good. I'll just connect with you and we can draft something that's appropriate.
Okay, great. Okay, so moving on now to 11.2. If I can get a mover and a seconder for the support motion. Peter and John. Moved by Peter Kissmaker, second by John Paroff. Whereas the opioid crisis is one of the largest public health emergencies of our lifetime, with a death on average about every 2 hours and a death toll of over 16,360 since 2016, January 2016 to March 2020. And whereas other countries have significantly reduced drug-related fatalities with reforms such as legal regulation of illicit drugs to ensure safe supply and decriminalization for personal use. And whereas the federal government has indicated it is premature to discuss these measures until there is a comprehensive supports for people to get well. And whereas supports are needed, but measures that save lives are essential if people are to survive and access supports. Whereas the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police has stated that they would agree the evidence suggests decriminalization for simple possession as an effective way to reduce the public health and public safety harms associated with substance abuse, causing the government to indicate that it is now deliberating over decriminalization. And whereas the overdose crisis ranges, showing few signs of abating. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council, the Corporation, the Township of Hornepayne does hereby support MUM Stop the Harms, MSATH, request for the Government of Canada to declare an overdose crisis on national public health emergency, a national public health emergency, so that it is taken seriously and funded appropriately. Be it further resolved that Council requests the Government of Canada to immediately seek input from people most affected by the crisis and meet with provinces and territories to develop a comprehensive pan-Canadian overdose action plan, which includes comprehensive supports and full consideration of reforms that other countries have used to significantly reduce drug-related fatalities and stigma, such as legal regulation of illicit drugs to ensure safe supply of pharmacy decriminalization for personal use. Be it finally resolved that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to Patty Hydrew, Minister of Health, Health Canada, Carol Hughes, MP, Algoma, Manitoulin, and Kapuskasing. Any discussion on the motion? I'll put it to the vote. Those in favor? And that is carried. None opposed. Okay, moving on to 12, our correspondence information only package. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Belinda, and Peter. Moved by Belinda Kistemaker, second by Peter Kistemaker. Be it resolved that the Council of Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne does hereby acknowledge receipt of the correspondence information only package attached to the agenda at the regular meeting of council held on Wednesday, December 9th, 2020. Is there any discussion on any of the items in the agenda, the information only package for council? Anything you'd like to discuss? No, John? Okay. Okay, I don't see any. I'll put it to the vote. Those in favor? Opposed. Okay, so moving on now, we go to 14.1, donations, there's none, 13, and then 14, conferences, seminar, and training. 14.1 is council conference list of dates. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. John? And Belinda? Okay, moved by John Paroff, second by Belinda Kistemaker. Be it resolved that the Council of Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne does hereby approve the expenditures to be incurred by the following, and we need to fill in some names here. So for Roma, that's Rural Ontario Municipal Association's Saturday, January 23rd to Tuesday, January 26, 2021. Toronto, and this is a virtual conference, council. I can definitely attend that, and I believe Gail can be in attendance. My recommendation is that if Belinda could attend, this would be a good opportunity to do delegations. We have put in 5 requests, I believe, to different ministers, so hopefully we get one. Are you open to that, Belinda?
Okay.
Okay. Okay, number 2 is the EDCO conference, and that is Economic Developers Council of Ontario, Tuesday, February 2nd to Thursday, February 4th, 2021. Location and format to be determined, and we have Stacey Rendell attending. There's no other further interest to that one. Go ahead, Gail.
I just wondered if Stacy, if you thought that it would be beneficial for Michael to attend. Yes?
Okay, Michael. And Belinda, you had your, go ahead, Belinda, Councillor Kistemaker. You'd like
I'll
to
go.
attend?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so I have Stacey Rendell, 2, Michael McNaughton, 3, Belinda Kistemaker. I said his name wrong, didn't I, Stacey? You're smiling. Oh my goodness. Can I get a correction, please?
McDonough.
McDonough. Why did I say McNaughton? That doesn't even make sense. Anyway, sorry, Michael. Michael McDonough. Okay, moving on to Ontario Good Roads Association, Monday, February 22nd to Thursday, February 25th, 2020. And I will be attending, and just for the public's knowledge that Ontario Good Roads does pay for my participation to be there. And are we looking at, is Dwayne attending this conference again this year?
I think that's a good idea if he's available.
Okay.
Yep, okay.
Okay, Dwayne Goodrow. Any other further from council? Okay, moving on to NOMA, Northwestern Ontario Municipal Association, Wednesday, April 28th to Friday, April 23rd, 2021 in Thunder Bay. And they haven't decided their format yet. It's to be determined. Does that interest anyone on council? John and Peter?
I'm a member of, like, Noma and Thunder Bay are both on the same day. And I'm already in the Thunder Bay District Municipal League. I'm a part of their meeting, so
So which one do you figure would be more beneficial for you, John? The Thunder Bay District Municipal League or NOMA?
well, they probably both tie in together, right? Is what I'm thinking. I'm kind of inquiring, I guess, more about it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that they're on the same dates.
Yeah.
That seems unusual that they would be booking them on the same date. Because I agree with you. The same people that would be attending one would be attending the other. Go ahead, Councillor Kistemaker. Peter.
I could do the normal part.
Okay, I have you in for
As
NOMA.
long as it's virtual.
As long as it's virtual?
Yes.
Okay. So, John, for this resolution, do you mind if I put your name on both and then we'll get clarification which one
Well, that's
will be
fine.
actually happening? That would be fine?
Yes.
Okay.
All indications are that the Thunder Bay Municipal League will be virtual. There was nobody wants to get together. It's too soon.
Yes, yes, for sure.
So
Okay, and then moving on, we have just a clerical question, Gail. Do I need to put the mover and the seconder on the second page of the resolution or no? Okay. For Phenom, we have Federation of Northern Ontario Municipalities Tuesday, May 18th to Friday, May 21st, 2021 in Timmins, and it is virtual. And we have Councillor Drago Stefanik attending. And is there another councillor that would like to attend or staff? Go ahead, Gail. Yes, okay.
Yeah, I would like to go. I've never been to Phenom, and I think it would be a new experience and a northern perspective on conferences.
Okay, great. And John, were you wanting to attend Phenom?
yeah, I could go to Phenom if you want. It's virtual anyways.
Yep.
So yeah.
Okay, FCM, Federation of Canadian Municipalities, Thursday, June 3rd to Sunday, June 6th, 2021 in Montreal. Format to be determined. I'm going to assume it will be virtual. I'm not sure. But I have put my name down on this one because this came to me when we had the meeting for the Municipal Service Corporation on Monday night. Just with the different funding envelopes that FCM is doing for housing, that I thought maybe it might be a good time to make some connections there and go to an FCM conference. Go ahead, Gail.
I'm thinking then Stacy might be a good option for that. Sorry to throw that at you, Stacy, that
No.
we didn't discuss that or anything, but it would fit.
Is that, am I okay to put Stacy Rendell down as well?
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay. Okay, anyone else for FCM? Okay, and then our final is AMO, Association of Municipalities of Ontario, Sunday, August 15th to Wednesday, August 18th, 2021, London, format to be determined. I did, my understanding is it will be virtual, and we do have number one is Drago Stefanik. And my thoughts for our community on this, I have not put my name in for AMO. I did attend AMO this year in Drago's replacement. The conference was quite overwhelming just because it was this new digital format, but I think it would be really beneficial for someone to go. And if we do have a delegation, I found Stacy and I had attended together and I found it very beneficial to do the delegations online. As much as you don't get the personal aspect, you get to see face to face. It actually works well in the meeting format. I found it beneficial. So I put that out there to council, to anyone that would like to attend. And Gail, were you thinking of attending AMO?
I can, I'm available, so, yeah, sure.
Okay, Gail, and any other counselors? John?
Yeah, I'll attend that if,
Okay, and I've added number 2, John Paroff, and number 3, Gail Jeremy. And I didn't finish my thought on that. I was thinking that next year for AMO, that might be the fall. And when I say next year, now I'm talking 2022, that would be a good opportunity for myself to attend to AMO. And then we can set up whichever government's in power at that time and set up our we're going to be looking ahead to a new council, and we can set up our community to succeed and try and get as many contacts and wrap up any loose ends or whatever we have to set up for that next term of council. So that was my thinking on that. And I don't like to go too far ahead now with COVID. Everything can change. Everything's subject to change. So go ahead, Gail.
So I was just trying to look for the Thunder Bay District Municipal League conference and I can't find it anywhere. So we can make a call tomorrow to the executive director and see. But I was thinking maybe they're sort of one right after the other. Maybe that's why of Thunder Bay District Municipal League. So anyways, I can find out, you know.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, so we have it all filled out. I'll just reread the first part. It's be it resolved that the council of the corporation, the town, or sorry, moved by John Paroff, second by Belinda Kissemaker. Be it resolved that the council of the corporation, the township of Hornepayne does hereby approve the expenditures to be incurred by the following to attend the following annual general meetings and or annual conferences. And Roma, it's Cheryl Fort, Belinda Kistemaker, Gail Jeremy, Edco, Stacy Rendell, Micah McDonough, Belinda Kistemaker. OGRA is Cheryl Fort, Dwayne Goodrow, NOMA, Peter Kistemaker, John Paroff, Thunder Bay Municipal League, John Paroff, Phenom, Drago Stefanik, Gail Jeremy, John Paroff, FCM, Cheryl Fort, Stacy Rendell, AMO, Drago Stefanik, John Paroff, and Gail Jeremy. Okay, and I put it to the vote. All those in favor? And that is carried, none opposed. Okay, so we are moving on to everything's 15 committee reports. There's none. 16 news and other business, and we have a COVID-19 update. And I'll hand that over to Gail.
Okay, so as we're all aware, the cases are getting closer and closer to our community. There are currently, I'm not sure exactly how many, but 7 or 8, I'm going to say the last I heard in Marathon. And yesterday there was one confirmed case in Manitowocc. But I think lots of people self-isolating at home due to an outbreak at the Hemlo mine. So I guess they're still waiting on that. So it's been tough times in those communities, stressful times. So I really want to reiterate that, you know, we're not immune to this here. It's chances are it's going to come to our community. So please, please, please follow the protocols. Even if you feel close to somebody or you know, feel safe, that doesn't mean they don't have it. You could have it. You just never know. I think that the latest thing that's being reported by the Ministry of Health and the health units is that there's lots of, well, it's mostly all community spread now as opposed to, you know, coming from travel or whatnot, but lots of spread in workplaces where people feel familiar with each other. They take their masks off or they, you know, sit together closely, just aren't sanitizing, all that kind of stuff. So if anyone's online that's in a workplace, please, you know, spread that word, be careful. And I think in the next little while, in the next month or so, we'll be focusing on messages for the holiday season. So Mayor Fort's going to be recording some messaging with CFNO that will go out across the region. I think that may be happening tomorrow. Hopefully that will start on Friday. There's, I don't have them with me, but there's four different messages just on encouraging people to be kind, respect each other, you know, wear the mask, sanitize, stay home if you're sick, that type of thing. We're going to be, Porcupine Health Unit is spearheading a media release for the whole region. They have the municipalities on board, the hospitals on board, the First Nations in the area on board, and the schools, I believe. So they'll be sending out a draft for us to review and make sure everybody is has their input and agrees with what's being said, and then that will be released at the same time from all locations. They will also be doing some radio broadcasts over the season. And just, I think this is really important for us in a small town to think about, because isolation has kept us safe to some extent. That's not happening anymore. In fact, on our ministry call yesterday, they basically said it's used to be, it's not so much that cases are now, they are increasing, but it's not just restricted to Toronto and Peel and York and Ottawa. Ottawa's going down now, but those areas, it's spreading across the province. So in a community like ours, they get really sick, it's going to be very dangerous. We don't have the medical facilities to handle that. And the communities around us, there's more and more cases. The ICU beds are getting filled up, and there may not be somewhere for our people to be sent if something happens. So, you know, I think by respecting protocols, we're also respecting our healthcare workers all across the province, all across the country. It puts more pressure on them if we're not, you know, being responsible. So just, you know, message, be kind, be responsible, be smart, stay safe, follow the protocols. And then the last thing I wanted to say is that today I see that Canada approved the Pfizer vaccine for distribution in Canada. So I didn't actually watch the release or read the, Dwayne actually sent me the link, but I didn't actually read it, but I read the headline. So that's good news for us. And we're continuing with our community control group meetings. They're weekly. And we will have our next one tomorrow. And that's all I can think of. There's a Facebook Live Q&A tomorrow night with Mayor Fort and Dr. Catton from the Porcupine Health Unit. So tune in if you can. I think that'll be really informative. Some of us actually had a call with Dr. Catton last Friday, and she's really full of information, really positive, just really, really good to listen to. So if you have questions, send them in, ask them online. I encourage you. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Gail. Yeah, and just to follow up with the Facebook Live, I just, so the community knows, when it starts tomorrow night at 7, I will give opportunity to give questions, put questions in the comment box until 7:30, and I will grab those questions as we're talking to Dr. Catton. And I want to follow up with what Gail said about the vaccine. I was in a call yesterday with the rollout plan for the vaccine for our province. And I have to say that the Premier and the Deputy Premier, it was a really good call, and they do have a plan. They are planning on how this will all come about. So it's trying to get the logistics down. And my understanding is in this first phase, it'll be 1.2 million Ontarians that'll be vaccinated, and the vaccine works in a 2-phase process. The Pfizer vaccine does. It's a first initial vaccination, and then 21 days later, within a very short time period, you have to get a second vaccination. So those topics are being talked about. So I just want to give that out there. And I have given Dr. Catton some questions about the vaccine too. So we will be talking about that on the live tomorrow night. So any questions for the COVID update from Council, or anything that Council would like us to be focusing on at the emergency management group meetings? Okay. Okay, so I follow up with what Gail said. Let's ensure that we're encouraging our community to follow the protocols, and let's get through this winter, and hopefully with as least amount of cases as possible, and then we can have the vaccinations and move forward. Okay, we're going to move on to 16.2 Center of Ontario Committee. And Stacey, would you like to speak to your report before I open up to questions?
I just wanted to speak to one aspect of when I wrote about the recommendation for the signage. We had discussed at the committee level, either the Three Bear site or the Anderson Park. And after I submitted this report, Gail reminded me that we would need permitting if we put it on the highway. So it wouldn't actually be right at the Three Bear site. It would be on the Front Street side, not on the highway. And that would remove the need for permitting. So I just wanted to clarify that. And if there's any questions, I can try to answer them.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Stacey about the Center of Ontario report? One question I do have about the road signs is if we can put other signs thereafter. Like because my concern is that I have no problem with these signs going up. They're beautiful, but we are going into a rebranding process and this could change. But so if we were to get permitting, those could be transferred to our other signs very easily. Okay, we're not going to do I was worried we were going to do the process twice okay, great. Okay, council, any discussion on? I'll go ahead, Peter, sorry.
Stacey, I don't know if you said this or not. Who designed the sign?
So the sign comes from our last rebranding exercise. It's actually one of the hydro signs. So the economic development intern had some, he got a lot of sign ideas from the actual committee, and he took those ideas and he actually just implemented it onto the branding sign. It's actually one that was a highway sign before. So he just put the new information on.
I just like how the three bears blend together. Pretty neat.
Hey, thank you for that. Okay, so Stacey, you're recommending that the signage be installed at the back of the town hall and the Three Bears site on Front Street to avoid any highway fees at this time, correct? Is council in favor of that recommendation? And these signs that are pictured here is what would be put up? Okay. And I'm wondering too, are we able to, is there anywhere on our current Welcome to Hornepayne sign that we could put a smaller segment of this on there? Are we able to do that? Our main signs that come into town?
I don't see why we couldn't. I'm sure there's enough. I mean, there's not a lot on them, so I'm sure there could be. I'd have to look at the sign again, of course, or Dwayne could look at the sign, but I would think there would be space enough on there.
Okay. Would that be something that council would be in favor of if the committee was in favor of it too? Just to kind of give them a heads up if they wanted to go forward with that? Good. Okay. And the recommendation number 2 is the committee recommends option 1 for trail and parking to the geographic center of Ontario site. And I'm a bit confused on which one that is, Stacey. Sorry.
So option 1 would be the map that's attached.
Okay.
So if you need if you need to know what the specific roads are and such, I'm gonna have to defer that to Belinda and Dwayne.
Okay, so is this for preliminary right now, Stacy? So this is just to have things available for the public right now?
So what the discussion has been, the committee has looked at a bunch of different options for the map, and this is one that Belinda had done by. Belinda, can you clarify who that was?
Okay, so I talked to Steve Turrig. He's is in charge of our bush operations, and I asked him. I told him what we've been talking about at our meetings about using an accessible road. Anyway, there is the line in purple on the. If you go to the last map, that road is basically already there. So on the highway, if you use this map to send to the highway, they would know where to put in a parking area. And there's a road base there that we can use that's in purple that would go all the way to Charlie Mays Road. And that is where the walk into the center of Ontario is. So now we're not using Norm's Road at all, which was a very safety concern for us.
Mhm.
So the second map is actually the one that you guys should use. If we use this map, it basically, all we have to do is tie into that road in order to get to Charlie Mays Road.
Okay.
John and Dwayne, you guys could probably elaborate if you want.
Go ahead, Dwayne.
It's a branch road that comes off of Charlie Mays Road. It would keep you away from all basic traffic going down Norm's Road.
So now we have parking off the highway, and you can, I don't know, you could maybe even bike in, walk in, whatever, right to where you have to walk into the center of Ontario.
Okay, go ahead, John.
Yeah, no, I like the idea of putting a highway entrance there. The idea of putting a parking lot on the highway, I'm just wondering if that, because I understand, I guess you guys want to walk, the idea is to walk all the way in, right? And get the
It's
full
to make
park.
an event, yes.
But if the parking was inside where the cutover is, then we wouldn't have to deal with the MTO parking, right?
Inside
if-
where the cutover is where on the map? I'm not.
Yeah, sorry, if off the highway, you get a MTO permit for a highway entrance, and then you drive in, 100 meters or something, and then have your parking lot there in the forest.
You could do that.
Because the parking on the highway would be kind of expensive, I think.
The other thing is if you use this, and we have the accessibility already, then it's going to cut down on our costs. I think that's the way I look at it, and it's giving us a head start already.
Yeah, I think somebody mentioned this roadway at the beginning when we first started talking about this anyways.
Yeah.
So it's a good plan, yeah.
Okay.
If we go with this map, then we could potentially go for the permitting of the entrance. And for the signage, we can move forward with that one step. And we wouldn't have to hire a consultant to plan a trail because we have an existing road bed going in there.
Okay. And how long is this, like, from the highway? Is it in here? Did I miss that? How long is the actual trail then? Like, to go from the highway, walk into Charlie Mays Road, and then into the trail that we snowshoed last year. Do we know that, how far that is?
Dwayne, can you answer that question?
I can't remember. I have to measure it off. I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay, okay.
Mm,
But it
we
would
did
be, I'm
discuss-
just trying to figure out how long of a walk it would be. Like, this is something you could do in 3 hours?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I can get those details. No problem.
Okay.
I was hoping to try it and see what it was, how long it took anyway.
Okay, do you need, we don't have a resolution for this report, do we? No.
I just think that this will give us, this will make the process go a little quicker too. And let's get moving.
Yeah. So do we need, for the committee, would it be best to have a resolution saying that this is going to be the official trail for the center?
I don't
Put
think
it to
it would go
Gail
back
or
to the-
Stacy?
I don't think it would go back to the committee level to do the planning on this. I think this would be referred to staff from council.
Yeah.
And then if staff, say Gail wants the committee to look at an aspect of it, then that would be sent down to the committee level.
Okay, so I guess, do we need a resolution for anything?
I would say, yeah, you're gonna need a resolution to identify where you're gonna want to go in. I don't know if you're ready for that or not. Wasn't really sure what to prepare or where the discussion was gonna go. You can write one out if you think you're ready for it. I don't know if we should speak to the M&R a little bit first. We can, go ahead and apply for a permit, a trail permit. Have you decided we need, where are you gonna have the parking? You're gonna have it on the highway? You're gonna have it part way in? How big an area for parking, like all those kind of things. Like, I think it'd be nice to have sort of those details kind of half figured out before we pass a resolution, so we can kind of include as much as we can in there.
Okay. Okay, well, I have no problem. I just wanted to know for the direction for staff where and when we need that resolution. So when moving forward, just a second. Go ahead, John.
No, I was just gonna make a comment there that you'd, like where that purple line is on the map, if you use that, and as it's the MTO that you'd have to get the permit from to come off the highway, and they would have all the details for you. I mean, I would really recommend that a parking lot be put inside about 100 or 200 meters in the forest to avoid any additional fees from the MTO parking.
Mhm.
But to connect to that road that you see in there is the logical thing to do. So, I mean, we could pretty much authorize the administration to go ahead and investigate that.
Yeah, I think that's where we're at. Go ahead, Gail.
So I'm just want to clarify, I don't know what the difference is between the two maps that are on there, unless I'm missing something. So, but we
No.
were looking at the last map, Belinda?
Yeah, take the last map. That I just
Okay.
asked them to show where it connects onto the highway. So
Oh, I
that's
see.
what I did the second one. Okay.
I see, okay. Okay. Well, we
was
can
just clear
certainly discuss with the M&R and the MTO, and we can do that. And, but like you can get the other information, Belinda, the distances and stuff, but let's gather some more information, and maybe we could put this back on for January meeting.
Yeah, great. And then if we
Yeah.
declare it for the January meeting, I can talk about it with the bearer names and everything on the mayor's address. How's that?
Sure.
And we can put a whole moving forward, maybe get people excited about rebranding and sort of thing.
Legend. I asked them to put a legend on it. So
Yeah, it's
Details.
looking about 3 kilometers with your legend. Sorry to walk over there, Belinda.
no, that's fine.
Does that seem about right? Does that sound about right, John? 3 kilometers? Like if you're
And
going
just,
from the highway?
Yeah, you're right on the money from the highway to the entrance to the trail to the center of Ontario. is about 3 kilometers. You're
Okay,
right on the
great.
money. I just measured it.
Oh, there we go. We don't have
There
to
you go.
go further details. Oh,
So that's even better.
I feel good about myself now.
That was a good call. It's
Okay,
about 200
so, oh, go ahead.
It's about 250 meters from the highway to the edge of the existing forestry road.
Okay.
Okay. And so is that fairly, like, that would be walkable this winter? Yeah.
Well, from the road.
Okay. Okay, so staff, do you have enough direction then? We'll put it on our January meeting and we'll look at trying to move forward with this as our road or as our trail to the center of Ontario.
We do, yep.
Okay, that's exciting stuff. Congratulations to the committee. I hats off to you for all your hard work, and it's going to be exciting. And I'm looking forward to seeing those signs. We're changing the face of Hornepayne, one sign at a time. Go ahead, Gail.
Just one question, John, you were just saying, are you talking about, you're saying about 250 meters, is that where the clearing is? Is that what you're talking about? From the highway?
No, because the actual road stops short of the edge of the clearing. So from the highway, that bush reserve is about 140 meters of bush, and then you have another 100 meters to the edge of the road.
Okay, so there's that much that would be uncleared, is that what you mean?
Yeah.
About 140
Okay.
meters of non-cleared wood,
Okay,
and then an extra 100 meters of cleared bush. I'm
Okay.
sure there's standing timber there, like young forest.
okay.
But,
Thanks.
So just to further that, so we would need an entrance. We're making an entrance to that area, the road entrance off the highway. Okay.
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay, so any further discussion on Center of Ontario? Okay, we'll move on. 16.3 setting. Oh, I'm getting echoing here. 16.3 to set a special meeting for the regional broadband. So we discussed this during Gail's report. We're looking at setting that meeting for January the 11th with, does that work for council? January the 11th? It's a Monday evening. And then let me go back to that report. It's included in the report for the hotel commitment if council wanted to do that, about how we would allocate the NWMO dollars. And Gail, go ahead. Are we going to be, we'll be receiving a further package on that, or just a accumulation of all the recommendations so far?
For the community well-being funds?
Yes.
Probably something similar to what is included in the MSC or the hotel MSC report. I mean, it might be add a little bit more to it, but I think that the basic stuff is in there now.
Yeah.
But we'll provide something fresh.
Yeah. Okay. So council, you have that information there. And this is going to be a really good discussion, and we need to have it of moving forward. We had our budget documents, so you have those documents now. And if we want to include that, we could have the North Superior Regional Broadband Network Regional Broadband Project, the presentation, and then we can also discuss the Community Wellbeing Fund. Does that sound like a good special meeting for council? Yes?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. So if I can get a mover and a seconder. Peter and John. How would you like me to word that, Gail? Just a bullet point with community well-being funds?
Yeah, that'd be good.
Okay, so moved by Peter Kistemaker, second by John Paroff. Be it resolved that the council of the corporation of the township of Hornepayne does hereby set a special meeting of council for the purposes outlined below. Northern Superior Regional Broadband Network, NSRBN, Regional Broadband Project, a recorded presentation, and the Community Wellbeing Funds for 6 p.m. on Monday, January the 11th, 2021 at a virtual meeting room. And those in favor? And that's carried, none opposed. Gail, did you want to speak? Sorry, go ahead.
I just wondered if you wanted to set another one for the Municipal Service Corporation for the original date of February 3rd that we were thinking to set that one for while we're here.
Okay, can I use this second resolution because we weren't sure what council would want? Do you want me to just cross out and put?
You can do that, or there's a couple of blank ones at the back of your package, whatever you prefer.
Okay. Okay. Can we, if we do a written one, can we type it up after?
Yeah, we can type it up after, yeah.
Okay, well, I'll use this one then. It'll just be less writing for me.
Sure.
Okay, and what would you like to, I have Municipal Service Corporation.
Establishment.
Okay.
And then we're also going to talk about the, well, I'm assuming, I'm not sure where your discussion on the hotel venture share, if that would fit in with this meeting here, on the 3rd, you're going to have another discussion on that.
Okay,
Or-
would that just fit in underneath if it was to be transferred? Like if that just, if
It could, or if you wanted to have that discussion, Stacy and I were talking about this earlier because we have to have information ready for all of that. So the 3rd is good timing for us, Stacy, for the getting the packages together. I'm not sure what else you would need, what all you would need, other than obviously the legalities that would be involved and how that would be handled in a transfer if that was going to happen. What I'm getting at is if you wanted to discuss that hotel share earlier, you could put that on the January 20th regular meeting, or you could leave it and have it underneath your Municipal Services Corporation discussion.
okay, are we able to discuss that with the community well-being dollars as well, if it's coming out of those dollars?
It is going to come up because that's part of what you're deciding on, right? So, yes, you can. It's just, I don't know if we'll be able to get we'll try. I don't know if we'll be able to get all the answers that you'll need in that amount of time, but we can certainly try.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, sorry about that. Okay. Well, we can do an initial discussion there is if at that time, council, if just looking at if those funds were taken out of that allotment of money, not looking into the details of it, because then if we decided at a further meeting that no, that's not going to be a good decision, we can always allocate that 150,000 to other funds. Would that make sense? So that we're not putting pressure in, we have Christmases coming and that, and really realistically, the amount of days we have to prepare for the January 11th meeting on that front it's unrealistic to think we're going to have any information for that. So why don't we proceed that way? Does that suffice for everybody, that we look at that on the 11th, but as just a one lump sum, and then we look at what we would do if we were to take it out and set it aside, and then if our final decision of that would be on the 3rd, February 3rd? And do you need an extra, do you want me to label that specifically, Gail?
I think maybe it is a good idea, so it'll be clear to everybody.
Okay, so
I think so. So what do we have on this agenda? Let's see.
We have Municipal Service Corporation establishment, and the second purpose would be,
I'm just going to use the same wording from days if I can find it. Oh, we had opportunity to participate. And then I had dash hotel venture dash municipal service corporation.
Okay, on this particular motion, can I just leave it as hotel venture because it's all under the municipal service
Sure.
corporation? Yeah, okay.
Sure.
Okay, this is what I've gotten down for council before I ask for a mover and a seconder. It's be it resolved that council, the corporation, the township of Hornepayne does hereby set a special meeting of council for the purposes outlined below, municipal service corporation establishment. And second point, opportunity to participate in hotel venture for 6 p.m. on Wednesday, February 3rd, 2021 at a virtual meeting room. Does that work for everyone? And just as a reminder, council, for special meetings, that's all that is discussed at those meetings. Okay, if I can get a mover and a seconder then. Peter? And Belinda? Okay, moved by Peter Kistemaker, second by Belinda Kistemaker. Be it resolved that the council corporation, the township of Hornepayne does hereby set a special meeting of council for the purposes outlined below. Municipal Service Corporation establishment and the opportunity to participate dash hotel adventure for 6 p.m. on Wednesday, February 3rd, 2021 at a virtual meeting room. And those in favor? And that is carried, none opposed. Okay, moving on to 16.4, we have the excavator. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Peter, Belinda. Moved by Peter Kistemaker, second by Belinda Kistemaker. Be it resolved that the council of the corporation, the township of Hornepayne does hereby authorize Melissa Chenier, client services manager treasurer, to transfer funds from the community well-being reserve to go towards the purchase of an excavator. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, I just had one question, why we didn't include the exact amount in the transfer. This seems kind of open-ended to me.
The exact amount meaning like the
Of what
116
is going to be transferred?
one.
Is it the full
it
amount of the excavator?
116? What, sorry, I have to pull up the resolution. I don't have that up.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I just usually we put the full, like the amount that's
Should be-
actually,
Well, it should be 116. 116,000?
okay,
not true?
116,000.
Sorry about that.
No, that's okay. I just want clarification on it. And I actually, when I read this afternoon, I didn't even think of it till now.
I think what happened was we had passed a resolution to reallocate the funds that were set aside for demolition in a previous resolution, but then we didn't do one to authorize the taking from reserves. So I guess the amount just got mixed, but it was missed, but it's 116,000.
Okay, do we want to add that to the resolution?
I think yes, please.
Yes, okay. So to go towards the purchase of an excavator in the amount of, and then add it that way?
Yep.
And it's 116,000.
Yeah.
116000, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, so I've added to the resolution to read at the end, the purchase of an excavator, comma, in the amount of $116,000.
So just to be clear, the excavator wasn't 116. It was, that's what we're transferring out of reserves, which I think everybody understands, but I just want to make that clear.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I put that to the vote to council. Those in favor? And that is carried, none opposed. Okay, moving on to 16.5 annual council training. Would you like to speak to this, Gail?
Yeah, so part of the recommendations from the service delivery review or to perform annual council training. And that's something that we typically have done at the beginning of council and maybe halfway through the term if there was a new councillor come on or something like that. But it is, I think, a good practice to do. So I actually had made some inquiries probably 3 or 4 months ago now, and then it just got put onto the back burner again. But it is something that we need to get going, I think. So I think since it hasn't been specifically organized yet, are there any specific topics that council would like to see covered, along with the regular roles and responsibilities and conflict of interest and confidentiality and all those types of things? Is there anything specific that you'd like training on? And I can include that.
Okay, thank you, Gail. And I put that out to council. John, did you, Councillor Paroff?
I can't think of any, thank you. I can't think of any specific training, but I'm wondering, financial considerations, approximately $3,000 annually, and that is for everybody? Okay, thanks.
It would be like a group, a virtual group, or if it's not virtual, well, if it's virtual, probably it might be cheaper, but if you're bringing someone in, it would be a group thing.
Thanks. Is there some kind of idea that they would give us, the government wayfinders has for additional training? Because
Well, typically it's what I kind of said. It's just refreshers on, whether it be dealing with the public or governance versus administration, conflict of interest, ombudsman, integrity commissioner, all those types of things. My mind is going blank for anything else, but I don't know, maybe freedom of information things, just general refreshers, because I mean, we work with this stuff every day and we need training and get training as well regularly, but I think it stays fresher in our minds because that's what we do all day long. Whereas, it's harder when you have other lives and other jobs, and it's just good, I think, to have those. It's something that should have probably been done all along for years.
Yeah, I have to second that, Gail. I agree that it should be an annual, there should be an annual training. And then as counselors, when we're new, those things that you think back of, oh, I wish I would have known that when I started. Those types of things can help our new council, because you always have new people coming on and that sort of thing. And you want to get them prepared as best they can so that the movement of our municipal business can go forward without too much of a delay between councils as well. So I'm in agreement. The one thing I would like to see some training on, and I think it would be imperative for our council right now, is some sort of training to show how planning connects everything, like why your strategic plan, where it should go from there, what kind of questions we should be asking of staff, timelines, that sort of thing.
Another thing I just thought of was committees. Training on committees would be good for all of us.
And one other further comment I want to say too about training. I think it's good practice for the municipality of when we think of the entity of the municipality itself, it protects the entity because we've taken training, we're keeping our training up, and then that just correlates into good decision making. So I do agree with that as well. I think it's a good protective measure for the municipality as a corporation. So what are, Gail, do you want, I can't get my iPad is not bringing up the document in front of me. Are you looking for a date of when you'd like to do that?
Not really. What I'd like to do is just contact a few people that we're aware of and see what their costs are, what they could provide and how they would do it. And then to see, come back and see what fits for council and try to meld them
Okay.
together that way.
Okay.
So I'm hoping earlier in the year than later, but
Yeah, I was
not in
thinking-
January. Not in January.
No. I was thinking sometime after we have the budget passed, like at the middle of April, the third week of
Mhm.
April or
In
something in
spring,
there.
yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Not
That's
too
what I was
into
kinda
the
thinking
summer.
too.
It's
Yep.
once the nice weather comes out and after our COVID winter, we're all going to be
Yep.
not wanting to be in front of a computer. I know that. So get us before the snow melts.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, in June? No.
Yeah. No. Hey, we don't even have snow right now. Okay. So Councillor, are you in favor of that or any other questions on that? Go ahead, Councillor Paroff, John.
Yeah, sorry, before we finish, I just had one other topic, maybe that would be of interest, would be something on the economics or financing
Financial?
of how a community would work and how it all fits together in the planning portion.
Good idea. Good idea. Any other further recommendations? And I guess, Gail, you can reach out to Drago if he has any thoughts. Okay,
Yes, I will.
great. Okay, then we'll leave that. We don't, we're going to council committee updates. And after this, council, just for your information, we are going to take a 10-minute break. So I'll start with John.
Oh.
Councillor Paroff, sorry, you're the first one I looked
Put me
at.
on the spot there. Very well. Since the last meeting, it's been pretty quiet. Had the LCC meeting, went well. They talked, I also attended both a webinar from IESO on December 3rd on the demand response working group, and once again on December 8th was the Northwest Planning Initiatives. It's driving it forward, and it is interesting to see the way the future is going to be with the electrical system and how we can be more of a part of it. And that's basically all I have to say.
Okay, great. And thank you for attending that those webinars for sure. And Gail and I were setting up a meeting with Terry Young, and I would love for you to be a part of that, John.
I would love that, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so go ahead, Gail.
I haven't heard back from Susan yet, but right now, John, we're thinking, she had offered us Monday morning from 10 to 11. So I had written back to confirm, but she hasn't reconfirmed because there were a few days in between there. So that's tentatively what it would be.
That's this coming Monday?
Yeah.
Should be. My schedule. Yeah, should be.
Good. Okay. Okay, moving on. Belinda Kistemaker, Councillor Kistemaker.
I have nothing at this time.
Nothing. Okay. You're busy with the Center of Ontario. Peter?
I don't know if I mentioned this last meeting or if it's been getting the timelines and stuff, but have I noted, have I told you about the substantial donation for the generator at the hospital?
Yes, you did, but you couldn't tell us who.
Oh, that's okay. That's all I'm sorry. That's all. I wasn't sure if that was before last meeting or this one, but that's all. There hasn't been a meeting since then at the hospital and nothing else to report.
Okay, so you're just teasing us.
Yes, sorry.
That's okay. Well, that's great. I'm glad to hear that they got that contribution. And I did write a letter in support and gave those to Drago that they can distribute as they see fit to whom they see fit for more funding. I want to reiterate a thank you for the tree lighting and for the work that was put into making our pavilion park beautiful for the Christmas season. And I look forward to next year celebrating hopefully in person with our community. And I also want to take note at this time just to acknowledge the work that has been done by staff on all the bylaws and that we're going to be looking at this evening. It's a lot of work to put together public consultation, to put the meetings together, to round up all the information and come with a finished document like this. So I want to say thank you, and it is appreciated, and I recognize all the hard work. And further that, I was invited to a webinar on the 50th anniversary of the report that the Canadian government put out for the status of women. And that took place on Monday. When I get the link to the YouTube of the recording, I encourage anyone to watch the hour and a half. There was 5 panelists on there. It was a really great discussion, and it talks about the differences in our country and different things that need to be implemented so that everyone can fully participate. And I thought it was really well done. It was, I actually left there with more reading material, 2 more books I want to read. So it was really good. The other thing that I mentioned earlier, that I was involved with the call from the province on yesterday about the vaccine and how it's going to be distributed. And the other comment I wanted to mention, that the hotel developer was in town again last week. Unfortunately, I did not get to see him because he was, I was at work, and by the time we had crossed paths, but I did reach out to him, and he did make it home safe again. So I think that's it, unless you have any questions for me. Okay. Okay, council. Thank you for all your hard work. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back to, just let me see here. Yeah, we're going through all the bylaws before we go into close, correct? Just I want to, okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break now. So we'll meet back, actually 11-minute break. We'll meet back here at 8:15. Okay. Okay, I see all of council is back, so we will continue. It is 8:15 and we're on 18 bylaws. So 18.1 is the comprehensive user fee bylaw. If I could get a mover and a seconder, please. Belinda and John. Moved by Belinda Kistemaker, second by John Peroff. Be it resolved that bylaw number 1825, being a bylaw to establish comprehensive user fees and service charges, be read a first and second time and considered read a third time and finally passed. Any discussion on the bylaw? None? Okay, go ahead, Gail.
I just wanted to point out in my report, which I know you've all read, but there were some questions asked about equipment rental, about the excavator and whether the floating costs were included in the fees, and they are not. They would be extra. Just for anyone who hasn't seen that report. And does the cost of the rental excavator include insurance and liability coverage? And yes, it does. In the meeting about purchasing excavator, and I think this was a meeting, not the last meeting, but a previous meeting when you were maybe in August, it was mentioned that it can be contracted to Hornepayne Lumber. What jobs do you foresee at Hornepayne Lumber? And if it's for the ash, has there been clearance environmentally to dispose and use this ash at our landfill? Equipment, the answer is equipment will not be contracted out at any time without a municipal operator, so that shouldn't be a concern, and it was not going to be used for ash. I didn't actually put that in there, but was not intended to be used for ash. And is our public works equipment going to be used in the bush roads for lumber forestry companies? Is the equipment insured on these roads outside of township limits? Our concern is to transport traffic on these bush roads, and our equipment's getting damaged and inoperable, putting our township maintenance at risk. And I have been going back and forth with the insurance company. They've been asking questions back and forth. I haven't got a firm response on that yet, but I should have one very soon. So I will follow. For contracting with us, and the answer is yes, because anyone who asks for service from the township has to fill out a form. They've contacted all the local contractors that offer the same services before they've come to us, because we do not want to undercut anybody. It's just there as a service if somebody needs it. So those were questions that I just thought I'd put the answers right into the report. So just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, thank you, Gail. I just had, after reviewing the bylaw, there was just two things that occurred to me that I needed clarification on. The one was transfer of payment or correction of payment due to client error. Could I just get an example of that? I'm on the fees schedule 4 or schedule A, page 2 of 2.
Let me see. Oh, I think it's just for sometimes people have made payments on, I'm assuming, I didn't speak to Melissa about this, but people, if they've made payments on the wrong accounts and we have to switch it back, it's just to pay for the administrative cost of taking it off the one account, put it onto the other, because it just takes time.
Okay, okay. And just the other, just one small, and it's just a small issue with the document, is just on page 1 of 1, and it's schedule D. It's just the refunds will not be issued. It just needs a D instead of issues. And I'm sure.
Oh, yes. Okay.
And there's just 2 spots there. If we could just clean that up.
Yeah. Thanks for pointing that out.
Hey, no problem. I was just. Oh, go ahead, Belinda Kistemaker, Councillor Kistemaker.
Since you're taking note of that, on the last schedule, E.
Mhm.
At the very bottom, it says prices for excavator rental. Do not floating. Could you?
Oh, yeah.
include?
Include?
Yeah.
Yes, thanks. Yeah.
Okay, any other further comments on, or questions about the user fee bylaw? Okay, I'm going to put it to a vote. Those in favor? And that is carried. All in favor. Okay, moving on to 18.2. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Peter? John? Moved by Peter Kistemaker, second by John Paroff. Be it resolved that bylaw number 1826, being a bylaw to endorse the deputy clerk to solemnize civil marriages, hereby read a first and second time and be considered read a third time and finally passed. Any discussion on the bylaw? Okay, we'll put it to the vote. Those in favor? And that is carried. All in favor. And we're on our 18.3. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Belinda, Peter. Moved by Belinda Kistemaker, second by Peter Kistemaker. Be it resolved that bylaw number 1827, being a bylaw to regulate traffic and parking on highways, private property, and municipal property within the township of Hornepayne, be read a first and second time and be considered read a third time and finally passed. Any discussion on the motion or on the bylaw? I just have one comment of clarification. In the fee structure, did we have to get that approved by MTO, or we can charge for the parking fees?
They have to be, the fees have to be done through the province. We didn't do anything. We didn't even look at the fees because I don't think these were ever given to the province. So we didn't do anything with the fee schedule. We're having Marcel from Manitowoc is going to help us with that. He's going to set us up with all of that. So when we do the comprehensive review, that will be taken care of.
Okay. Okay, any further discussion? Okay, I put that to the vote. Those in favor? And that is carried. None opposed. Okay, 18.4 is the garbage pickup and landfill transfer station contract. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Peter? And John? Moved by Peter Kistemaker, second by John Paroff. Be it resolved that bylaw number 1828, being a bylaw to enter into a garbage pickup and landfill transfer station operation agreement with Hornepayne Service Center Incorporated, be hereby read a first and second time and be considered read a third time and finally passed. Any discussion on the motion or the bylaw? Okay, those in favor? And that is carried. None opposed. Okay, moving on to 18.5. for the COVID-19 Technology Adoption Fund. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Belinda and John. Okay, moved by Belinda Kistemaker, second by John Paroff. Be it resolved that bylaw number 1829, being a bylaw to enter into a contribution agreement with the Sault Ste. Marie Innovation Centre with regard to the COVID-19 Technology Adoption Fund, be here read a first and second time and be considered read a third time and finally passed. Any discussion on the motion or the bylaw? Okay, I put that to the vote. Those in favor? And that is passed. None opposed. Carried. Thank you, Stacy, for your hard work. Okay, moving on. 18 point, sorry, I gotta move my 18.6, road maintenance agreement. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Peter and John. Okay, moved by Peter Kistemaker, second by John Paroff. Be it resolved that bylaw number 1830, being a bylaw to authorize a road maintenance agreement between the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne and Hornepayne Lumber Limited Partnership, be read a first time and a second time and consider read a third time and finally pass. Any discussion on the motion or the bylaw? Okay, I don't see any. I just have one comment. Just because the agreement ends in 2023, in September, I believe is what I was reading. Just there could be a change of council, change of staff and that sort of thing by that time. If we can have some sort of reminder or something put up in the spring of that year that this contract be looked at.
Yeah, we should really start talking about it 90 days ahead, and that's September, July, August, September. So that would probably cover that. So yes, we will endeavor to be on the ball for that.
Okay. Okay, right on. Thank you. And I put that to the vote then if there's no further comments. Those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, so now we're moving on. We have 19 motion and notice of motions none at this time, announcements none. So 21, we're into our closed session area. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Peter and John. Okay, moved by Peter Kistemaker, second by John Paroff. Be it resolved that the next portion of the meeting at 8:29 p.m. be closed to the public in order to discuss a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, pursuant of section 239(2)(c) of the Municipal Act 2001. Those in favor? And that is carried. None opposed. Okay, so we'll meet back here after the closed session, and council, you have your closed session links that you can go to.
This conference is no longer being recorded.
Okay, if I can get a mover and a seconder to open our open session. Belinda and John. Okay, moved by Belinda Kissmaker, second by John Paroff. Be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of Hornepayne does hereby return to open council at 9:54 p.m. Those in favor? And that is carried, none opposed. Okay, and need a mover and a seconder to move beyond 10 o'clock. Peter and Belinda. Moved by Peter Kistemaker, second by Belinda Kistemaker. Be it resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne does hereby extend council hours for its regular meeting on December 9th, 2020, past the hours of 10 p.m. to complete its duties. And those in favor? And that is carried, none opposed. Okay, we're back in open council, and council had quite lengthy deliberations about the upcoming sale of land, and I have two resolutions coming up out of that closed session. And I want to state for the public that at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, there will be a Township of Hornepayne Facebook Live. You can go there, and I will be speaking to this issue at length for clarification. So, our first resolution on the table, our motion on the table is for the sale of land. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Peter and Belinda. Moved by Peter Kistemaker, second by Belinda Kistemaker. Be it resolved that bylaw 1831 authorizing the sale of 8 properties as set out below by the Township of Hornepayne to Hornepayne First Nation Incorporated, the purchaser, for the price of $800 in response to potential funds which could be made possible to the purchaser through the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation Rapid Housing Initiative to help address the lack of affordable housing in the community of Hornepayne as identified in the Township of Hornepayne's Housing Need and Demand Study. A. 14 Spruce Street, Ontario, legally described as PCL 9675, Section AWS Birch Street, PL M287 Wicksteed, Hornepayne, PIN 31021-0517. Item B, 16 Spruce Street, Hornepayne, on legal described as parcel 945, Section AWS, LT 18 PL M287 Wicksteed, Hornepayne, PIN 31021-0511. C, 18 Spruce Street, Hornepayne, on legally described Ontario, legally described as parcel 7502, section AWS LT 19 PL 287 Wicksteed, Hornepayne, PIN 31021-0441. D, 20 Spruce Street, Hornepayne, Ontario, legally described as parcel 11246, section AWS LT 20 PL M28 Wicksteed, Hornepayne, PIN 21021-0550. E, 17 Spruce Street, Hornepayne, Ontario, legally described as parcel 6022, section AWS LT 8 PL 2 M287 Wicksteed, Hornepayne, PIN 31021-0428. F, 19 Spruce Street, Hornepayne, Ontario, legally described as parcel 11244 section AWS LT9 PL M287 Wicksteed Hornepayne PIN 31021-0548. G, 21 Spruce Street, Hornepayne, Ontario, legally described as parcel 9674 section AWS LT10 PL M287 Wicksteed Hornepayne PIN 31021-0516. H, 23 Spruce Street, Hornepayne, Ontario, legally described as parcel 11571 section AWS LT11 PL M287 Wicksteed Hornepayne PIN 31021-0567. Be hereby read a first and second time and be considered read a third time and finally passed. Be it further resolved that Council instructs the CAO, clerk, and municipal solicitor to complete all necessary work and prepare all documents to complete the transfer as outlined in the agreement. All legal fees and disbursements are the responsibility of the purchaser. Be it further resolved that Gail Jeremy, CAO clerk, is hereby authorized to sign all necessary documents on behalf of the municipality to complete the transfer. One clarification, Gail, before I put the motion to order for the public, section AWS, am I saying that properly? Okay.
Yes, it stands for Algoma West section, but they never put that in. It's just a short form.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Council, and I put that to a vote. Those in favor? And that is carried. Any opposed? Being none. Carried. Okay, our next resolution is talking to the concessions that were asked for. If I can get a mover and a seconder, please. Belinda, Peter. Moved by Belinda Kistemaker, second by Peter Kistemaker. Whereas Council has accepted an offer to purchase from Hornepayne First Nation Incorporated, the purchaser, as authorized by the signed agreement of purchase and sale under bylaw number 1831 in support of an affordable housing project. And whereas the purchaser has requested some concessions as set out below in order to help make their project more financially feasible and to help with their application to Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation's Rapid Housing Initiative. And whereas Council has listened to a deputation by the purchaser and has had an opportunity to ask questions about the affordable housing project. And whereas Council wishes to be supportive of the project based on the community benefit it will provide while keeping in mind their fiscal responsibilities to all ratepayers in the community. Therefore, be it resolved that Council of the Corporation of the Township of Hornepayne does hereby authorize the following concessions. The first concession is waiving 100% of building permit fees for the 8 properties being purchased. The second concession, waiving 100% landfill tipping fees for demolition of derelict buildings situated on 4 of the surplus lots being purchased. Be it further resolved, Council does not authorize future commitments under the Community Improvement Plan by letter of support for tax concessions for the development and rehabilitation period and eligible costs, example, demolition costs, driveway access, etc., that would have been available under the CIP if it were completed and approved at the time of sale. Value of tax concessions and to exceed tax concessions not to exceed the eligible costs under the CIP. Be it finally resolved that any concessions agreed to apply only to this particular project, have been evaluated in terms of this particular project, and are not to be considered precedents. And I put that to a vote. Those in favor? And that is carried, or any opposed? And that is carried. I'm not sure which confirmatory I am supposed to use, Gail.
1832. I'm just wondering, Mayor, if you want to just make your announcement again, because I think we've had a few people join since you made the announcement.
Oh, sure,
About-
definitely.
Okay.
Yes, definitely. So we came out of close. This is the announcement Gail was talking to. And when I come out of a closed session, we usually give a briefing of what we discussed that we can discuss with you. So we discussed the sale of the lands. We did pass 2 resolutions now for those. And tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. on the Township of Hornepayne's Facebook page, I will be addressing some issues regarding this, and look forward to seeing people tomorrow morning for further clarity beyond what this meeting offers. And sorry, Gail, that was 1832. Okay, if I can get a mover and a seconder for our confirmatory, please. John and Peter. By John, meetings of council at the regular meeting held on Wednesday, December 9th, 2020, be hereby read a first and second time and be considered read a third time and finally passed. Those in favor? Any opposed? And that's carried. And a mover and a seconder to close, please. Peter and Belinda. Moved by Peter Kistemaker, second by Belinda Kistemaker. Be it resolved that council does hereby adjourn this regular meeting of council held on Wednesday, December 9th, 2020 at 10:07 p.m. Those in favor? And that is carried.